Let's bring on the track.
but we will direct you when that process and that mountain reaches. On my end, I'm very excited to see all these chairs here today.
No, this place looks beautiful.
It does look beautiful, and I'm expecting the amazing brains that are
I'm
going to
noticing it. Just look, just right here. It really looks so awesome.
You see, MCs at such kind of events, I find, are more like those conductors that are made up the stage. Those conductors that are usually on the stage that guide people into the taxi, but then they do not go there because the taxi is not works, but you're helping people through entrance and everything.
The MCs and the people who drive in Kolo. So we can just choose and say the Kolo ends now and we reach Bana all throughout that day.
Well, I hope I won't be ending the event. So it should be around 11:05 right now, and I just want to encourage anyone that is outside the building that is done with their registration process to get into the building so that we can start our day.
Prayer. Can I bring English or I bring my local language? Because I might fight with words and I end up fighting good.
Whichever language.
Okay. Alright, I'm just going to use English though. Give us all the smiles that we need today. In your name we pray.
Amen.
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 We need that sun.
Yes, indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me take the opportunity to officially welcome you to today. Now, ViceVersa is preparing, has organized for us an amazing event, and we know for sure that it is going to be a day for you to enjoy, literally, in terms of having fun, but also to learn a lot, hopefully to connect a lot. So if you do not know the person that is next to you or that is sitting right on your left or right hand side, please take a moment to introduce yourself. Let them know who you are, what you do, why you're here, what you expect to gain today, so that we can all be in unison in one accord as we kick off.
And for me, I would just suggest that everybody should just be go. Like, if I came with you, Kayla, I shouldn't be sitting with you. I should sit with someone else and then I forget about you today. And then I'll see you later.
I think that's
I think after the whole event is done, then I'll tell you where I was somewhere, but the other guy, he was young.
Absolutely. So in case you want or if you need to connect, please, we encourage you to mingle it up. You can meet and sit next to someone that you didn't particularly come with, and we'll be having a good time. So we have a video that is going to be showcasing a few.
Before the video, can I? So maybe just to briefly tell these guys that the ViceVersa Global is a media organization, and so whoever thinks that they're going to be on Maulide or news, please don't feel bad. We shall seek for consent, and we don't want you to feel pressured. If you don't want your face to be seen on social media, because we shall be streaming live on our social media page. And the ViceVersa Global has organized this festival, which is focusing more on gender-based violence. And the theme is creating awareness and solutions around gender-based violence and embracing equity. Now, some of you have come with a lot of expectations. We have so much that is going to happen, and we really do hope that your expectations will be fulfilled through the different activities and sessions that we'll be running. And please, I kindly and humbly request that let us work together. Let us learn. I'm going to call Kanan to come and help me out here. There's this English word that I failed to get.
Thank you so much. Where are you?
Oh, that is the one?
Yes, that is the one. That is one. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen in the building, I want you to take a moment and look on your right hand side. There is an amazing gentleman there that is scribbling something on his whiteboard. Very handsome young man, and he's pretending not to hear me talk about him, but that's okay. As beautiful as his smile is, so is the work that will be on that board in a few hours. So what you are seeing happening right now is something called live painting.
Exactly.
Live painting. And so what he is doing essentially is, as we are going on with the event, as Robin and I are boring you with our words, and later on as the panel incites very amazing ideas in our minds, he is going to be capturing that live. And at the end of the day, what you're seeing as an empty board right now is going to be filled up with a replica or an understanding, an interpretation of today's event. So feel free every now and then to check on his progress and be like, okay, what has he painted now? And then there'll be a time in the evening when we will welcome him to showcase what he'll have done and explain about it. But that is on the visual arts part of the day. We also have a musical aspect of the day. We have an amazing live band that is going to be playing for us in a few minutes from now. Guys, can you just say hi to us? Hello? Hello? You guys are well? Yeah, so they'll be coming on in a few minutes from now, and they'll be serenading us with some beautiful and wonderful music. Now, there is another part, and this part is rated PG. If you look behind us over there, there is a table that is looking very...
That is PG rated.
Yeah, that's PG rated. I just wanted to make it clear. So there is an amazing table lined up there that is my Wild Coffee Bar. And they have amazing cocktails, amazing drinks that you will get to try out.
But there's a way you're saying Wild Coffee Bar, and I'm seeing a different kind of coffee.
Which kind
I'm
of?
looking at the same table, or...
The key word in that sense for today is bar. Yes. But they also have amazing coffee. Please feel free to go there. You can ask for the non-PG coffee.
Yeah, the non-PG coffee.
You can also ask about the PG version of the coffee, which is on display right now. Yes, absolutely. And so you can feel free to approach there and just, ask for some coffee, quote unquote. It is absolutely free of charge. It is on the house for today. And so please make sure that you enjoy. But for now, we're going to be having some beautiful music coming in. Feel free to enjoy.
Hello, 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 hello. I was in the auto. Hello, 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 hello. No, we're going now. You need to take your caller. Hello, hello, hello. Could you have to responding? Hello, 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 hello. Eric responding. Who's the query? Query. What are you going to
boy voice, but immediately my mouth opened. I'm like, I'm not going to achieve this at all. Like, that guy is super amazing, super unique.
Remember when I told you the MCs are the drivers?
Yeah.
So I was about to say, let's just continue with our band.
Yeah. No, definitely not. They are super amazing guys. Another round of applause for our live band for the day, if you do not mind. Did you guys have breakfast today?
No.
The hand claps. One more round of applause, come on. We go ahead. That's more like it. That's more like it. Robin,
Yes.
you are here today to really have such an amazing time, but there is people that have been responsible for making this very day happen.
Exactly.
Yeah?
And it would be, how do they say, in English. You see, I'm trying to figure out the vocabulary here. I can see Chamagero is in the building. Chamagero. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Chamagero. It wouldn't be.
That is the word that you were looking for?
Yes, that's what I was looking for. You see, I told you my English is for fighting punches here and there. It would
I want us to clap to all the poets here this morning. And I want to request the gentleman who presented the poem to come forward, that we get his name for record purposes. Because that's what we're trying to do this year. Please come forward. Let's welcome him. We need to know his names just from this on the record. Please come.
My name is Chief Mugaza.
I appreciate Keith because men, we are fighting with our fists. We're no longer fighting with our brains. We are stuck in the old age. This morning in a Twitter space, a Kenyan friend, George Ngugi, he said Ugandan men are weak. How do women tell you, yeah, and you just let them go? When he was presenting the poem, it hit me that men, we think that we have the power with the fists, and we're here to change that narrative. First of all, let's clap for ViceVersa Global for organizing this. I followed the Women's Day festival that was going on in Kenya along the Kibera Drive. The conversation was great. Let's clap for them. The conversation was good. I don't moderate anything until I follow you to the latest. So I've been following every conversation. And I want to appreciate you. Today we're going to have a conversation with unique people who are going to be part of us here. But first and foremost, allow me to invite my panelists before we dive into the deeper end. Reason is, I want them to be here so that they can be in position to make sense of our video. And we could have a video ready as they're coming up here. So on my panel today, I have Miss Mary Constance Nyakecho, a lawyer at Sehat, Uganda. Let's welcome her. It's an honor to see you. It's very humbling to see you again. She's under the Community Empowerment Program. Sehat is a darling to our organization working together. Let me invite Miss Judith Adokorach from the Dutch Embassy. Well, Adokorach is a policy officer for sexual reproductive health and rights and gender at the Netherlands Embassy in Kampala. She's a public specialist with over 18 years of working experience in developing programs. In particular, she focuses heavily on the women and the girls' advancement and promoting gender equality, sexual and reproductive health and rights. Allow me to welcome Mr. Mujuni Makuba. Mr. Mujuni Makuba. Is Mujuni here? Mujuni Makuba, is he here? He's out. What happened? Power went with him. Oh Lord. Okay, my team will work on that to replace him. And today we're equally very humbled to have you're going to bear with me now here, I'm going to be very careful. Dr. Pasquin Nancy Ogusanya. Let's welcome her here. She's a public health specialist and a fellow at the African Institute of Public Health with a vast experience with tropical medicine and comprehensive HIV and AIDS care for adults, children, and not only that, adolescents and the youth. Well, now that I have the ladies here, I'll be the gentleman to join them. I'm going to request that we all pay attention to the screen as we watch Lynette's story. You're welcome.
I'm the founding director of Paris Commission. Lynette is an active minute and she's passionate about asset survivors. I would love seeing every survivor smiling and empowered. Briefly about my story, I was at the university. Like any other young girl, I had a boyfriend, but this relationship wasn't like what I had expected out of it. During that time when I was my senior 6 vacations, when I started to see some weird behaviors about my ex-boyfriend, I would call them the red flags. First of all, he started stopping me from working, stopping me from associating with friends who were boys. So when I joined the university, his target was not just partners, but he wanted me to be like a married woman, to be with him. So I requested him, if I told him whatever he needed was us to get married, and by that time when I was at university, my focus was on my studies, then marriage would come later. For him, he was looking at that as an excuse. So he told me to join him at his home, which I refused. It's like you come up with suggestions. I told him, let's go to my parents and you visit them. Maybe you tell them your intentions. I don't want to just move like someone who doesn't have a family, but I want them to be aware of where I am and whatever I'm doing with you. So remember, by that time we were all students. He was in his second year, I was in my second year. So he failed to do that. And later on, what I told him was, give me time for us to first focus on our studies first, and then marriage will come later. I remember how it all started. I met him at the university. He was waiting for me. Of course, this was the kind of person who would keep on stalking you. Like every time he would follow your movements, he would track your phones. So when I found him at the university, he just grabbed my hand and said, why did you tell me you're having papers? And yet today you don't have a paper. Of course, I told him examination time is examination time. I'm supposed to have a paper tomorrow, which means today I have to prepare for my exams. Later on, I saw him trying to raise his hand to slap me. That's when I told him I've grown up from a family where I've not seen my father or anyone related to my father beating a woman. I told him, if you are able to do this, to raise your hand to slap me, and we're just dating, what about after us getting married? What do you think is going to happen? So I told him, I think, let's end the relationship, because I don't think we are heading somewhere. He started, of course, trying to apologize. I want us to be together. I told him no. So I really don't want to be in prison. I want to be in a relationship where I'll be happy. So later on, we parted ways. He kept on calling me saying, Lynette, I will not let you go. He continued telling me the same thing. I will do anything. I will do whatever it takes. If it means ending your life or ending the other person's life or any person coming closer to you, I will do that. But of course, I didn't take it serious. I thought this was just a joke. That night, this same guy followed me. I don't know how he got to know where I was. Remember, we were in different institutions, and he told these people like he really wanted to talk to me. So these friends of mine told him, there's no way you can talk to Lynette, because he told us the only thing she needs is to rest. 11 at night, he started calling, trying to apologize, and how he still wanted us to continue with the relationship. So I kept my word. I told him, I think enough is enough. We have been together. I've seen you following me up. I've seen you ending my jobs. Let's stop the relationship. And maybe if at all we are meant to be, it will come. So he told me, Lynette, I cannot end the relationship. I can only end the relationship when you're also gone. As a person, I didn't know whatever he was meaning at that moment. Started now calling, asking about my plan for the next day. The person I was trying to explain everything, this person had already planned something. I remember he called me around 4 times asking about the time I was leaving the hostel. He gave me a call asking whether I had left. I told him, yes, I've left, but I have to take back my phone because I'm going for a paper. We were a group of around 3, but all my colleagues were in front. I was the only person behind. But I could hear someone, as if there's someone following me up. I kept on trying to look back, like you're looking everywhere to see if at all there's a person behind you. I could not really see the person. I remember I reached somewhere, and it's like as if you're hearing the voice saying, look behind, and I just saw the person. He was wearing everything black, carrying the blue bucket, the ones we normally use for showering. As a person, I didn't know that there was even anything. And when I just stand like this, the person just forward what was the entire content. At that time, I thought it was urine because it was just around 60-30, so I thought it was urine. I remember I called my friend saying, if you people come back, they'll forward urine me. And by the time they tried to turn, I was already naked. The entire body had got burnt. So these friends of mine, when they turned, they could not really tell I was the one because the entire body was at that time as black as charcoal. So that's where my story as an attack survivor started from. I was rushed to Mlambo Hospital. I was in that hospital for 1 year. I had around 6 surgeries. Of course, the situation in hospital, I noticed there were I think there were 2 things. Most of the victims were women. And these women were not willing to share their stories to the non-victims. So that's how we started now giving counseling to the other survivors, because it was now more important for a survivor to share with the survivor than a non-survivor sharing with the survivor. But later on, I kept on having questions. Why is it women who are highly affected than men? Being in the hospital for 1 year, to me, it was more of research. I kept on sharing with these colleagues of mine in hospital, and the stories, or most of these stories, were related to gender-based violence. My case was reported to Wandegea police station. Afterwards, the perpetrator was arrested. Then they started the investigations. I remember the police officers coming to the hospital when they said to me that, Lynette, you know, acid attack is not a crime in Uganda. We don't have any law against acid attacks. So in most cases, the courts, they use the penal code. And the person who has fallen acid on you, in most cases, is considered as an assault case or just aggravated harm. So it will not be a big case. So they started suggesting that I should ask for compensation from the perpetrator, which I really refused. When I refused the compensation, they still came to the hospital and asked me to have a meeting with him. They wanted to put him in a line, and then I tried to identify him, something which I could not really do because I was blind. I told the police officers there's nothing I can do at that moment because I was already blind. So that's how the case ended. It just died like any other crime, like any other case in Uganda, because we had the evidence, but this person was just arrested for 1 week, released, and then he disappeared. So my life now was, at that moment, was in danger. But when I came out to start talking about acid attacks, start advocating for the rights of other acid survivors, I remember one time my story after my graduation, when they published the story, that was the day when he stopped calling me. I don't know why, because Daily Monitor published his name. So on that day, he stopped following me up. So my case ended like that, but this is not the only case which really died like a normal case. Many cases have been dying of acid attacks. Many people have been burnt, and others are still. We just have recent cases in Bushen where they burnt a woman with 2 children, and this was burnt by the husband. So these cases are really continuing every time, but nothing is really happening from the government. We have tried to petition the government to pass a law on acid attacks to control the misuse of acid and at least put laws like regulations on the sale of acid. This has not happened. We have not had anything coming from the government. The parliamentarians are just quiet about these cases. We need laws in place. We need the government to protect these victims of gender-based violence because they have a right to protection. Then the government needs to come out to support these survivors by empowering them to live with dignity. Their lives have already been destroyed. They need to start up again. Victims of gender-based violence, there are those who keep dying in silence. Whereby if at all you come out to me and tell me my husband is maybe mistreating me, doing this, at times these women, they tend to go silent. But at times me as the person, I've been telling the people to come out. If you realize maybe the marriage is coming something else, come out, move out of the home. You will not tell people that I want to keep the ring because this is just a ring. But your life is more important than the ring. Your life is more important than the marriage you're in. And what we need is peace in a home. Peace in a home can only be there when the 2 people have agreed to keep peace in a home, which means we need men to be involved in peace building activities. Then men also need to understand that women are women. Women need to be treated like any other person. They also need to be treated with respect. So that's why we are here. We are trying to advocate for peaceful building. We need survivors to be supported. If at all you find someone outside there who is going through this kind of experience, support the person. At least I help her to know where she's supposed to go. If the case is beyond, at least let her report this case. Because we have many cases whereby someone tells you, like she will tell you, I reported my case to police before the person burnt me with acid. The police didn't do anything. And then at times we have been blaming the police for not doing what they're supposed to do. So you realize at times it is the police which is, it's like the police is the motivating factor because the police is giving a chance to these cases to keep happening because they're not doing what they're supposed to do. But if all of us will come out as key stakeholders in this kind of fight, I believe gender-based violence will be no more.
Wow. Thank you so much for the clap you've given to Lynette. In a special way, let's give her a round of applause for being strong. I want us to have this conversation, but it's painful in a way, but we have to have it. I'll start with you, Nyakesho. What legal framework is there in this country? Because the police cannot work in isolation without a legal framework that could help them expedite this conversation to the courts of law. And in her narrative, she says the police officers kept telling her to negotiate for compensation. What does this mean to you from the legal dynamics? And how do we fix this glitch? Because we don't have a law that, prohibits, at least for petrol, they've tried it, but for other solutions, sulfur and the likes, doesn't seem to be at play.
Well, thank you, Andrew.
Kindly press it again. Okay, you're on.
Thank you very much. Well, to begin with, we have the Constitution that gives the mandate to our state, which is the government, to protect the fundamental rights of everyone. And everyone will include the women and the girls, of which these ones are the most people who have been affected by these acid attacks. We have provisions in the Constitution that mandate the government and other duty bearers to formulate and enact laws that try to stop the act of acid attacks. We also have other laws. We have the penal code. In particular, we have some sections that provide for the incidence of acid attacks. We have a section which is, I think it's 216 of the penal code that criminalizes acid attacks. And it imposes a sanction of life imprisonment. So we have the laws, but we have a gap in implementing them. Our duty bearers have a gap in enforcing them. The police themselves don't know this law. We need to orient them about the laws.
Even us, the lawyers, the legal people, don't know all these laws. You need to address your mind to some of those laws. So I think we have the laws. We have enough laws. We have laws that criminalize acid attacks.
But the challenge is in implementing.
The challenge is enforcing them.
Let's jump to the behaviors of the police officers behaving as adversaries of the attacker, pushing for compensation rather than making sure that the law takes its course.
No,
what is that kind of picture? What picture do we get from there?
It's a general belief that acid attacks are maybe private. They need to be settled out of court. They don't need legal action. So they always advise the victims, acid victims, to negotiate with the acid attackers. Because we do not know these laws. But if we knew, you would push for legal actions. But the fact that the public doesn't know, the attacker herself doesn't know, and the victim, the really give justice to the victim.
I hear you. Thank you so much, Nyakecho. Judith, this is a painful story. It's a story that comes from affection to the deeper end of losing what stands for that. Given that you've worked a lot with communities and women in different layers of life, what was missing in the psychosocial support Judith needed, even rather Lynette needed, even while she was still in the hospital there. Because you realize that while at the hospital, she had so many other stories that were still pending. There were people in pain, but they didn't have a particular way to vent out what they were going through.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, it's indeed a very touchy story to talk about, but we'll try. I just want to say something before I can specifically answer that.
Please.
Following Lynette's story, I think we see that Lynette went through it was an abusive relationship for a long time, and she really tolerated it as well. Mm-hmm. And in between, already there were quite some danger signs, and yeah, she tried to manage it at a very personal level. So I think, an early response could have also, an early response could have played a role and perhaps helped us not to reach where we reach. And I bring this because I think the psychosocial support should have come even before the actual acid attack came in. Yeah, the time she was going through these processes, abusive relationship, the threats were coming. I think that's the time where she needed a place to run to. She needed a place to go and share what she was going through emotionally as well, because already at that stage, I saw Lynette struggling. So that early response in terms of attending to emotional challenge she was going through, but also attending to the crisis. She was actually in a crisis for a very long time. So that also shows that what went wrong it's representative of what happens commonly. A culture of suffering in silence and not reaching out for early, even emotional support, because it's a private matter. And then coming through to the hospital, I think from the story she shares, the response was purely, curative, medical. She didn't have people, or the group of women who had gone through the same, didn't have mental health caregivers. And yet that is also very, very important alongside the medical rehabilitative process that was happening.
Still on that, does that represent what is in our communities, that we don't understand emotional abuse? Because if she says and talks to relatives and friends that, look, he wants my hand in marriage, I've given him the procedure, go to my father, tell your intentions, but he's still stuck to that. Oh, James is following me, he has threatened me with A, B, C, D, E. Men will always scare you, they won't do anything. Does this represent that as a society we don't understand emotional abuse as and when it's coming? And if so, how best can we bridge the gap?
Yeah, I had a conversation between you and the moderator about Luganda culture doesn't believe in depression.
Correct.
Right? So I think that really speaks it all. And also, I think the culture of tolerance, I think the construction out there is that a lot of things that are emotionally not right is taken as okay. And that determines also the extent to which someone is able to say, this is unacceptable. This has reached beyond the boundary, because it's like a kind of very common way of living. It's not normal, but it has been normalized. And that hinders how somebody is able to open up and confidently speak out of emotional abuse that they are going through. And I have to tell you that most survivors of violence will only below the carpet.
Dr. Nancy, listening to this as a mother, as a sister, I was reading your body language and you're watching, at times you could not comprehend. what she went through in all this. This is just one of the simplest nuggets of domestic violence in our communities. Let's try to trace who was accountable. Psychosocial layer, we come to the physical layer, and we come to the emotional layer. Who was accountable at all these layers, and how best could they have engaged in time to stop this happening?
Hello. Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate Lynette for being so strong and sharing her story. You've asked who was responsible psychologically, emotionally, and as far as the physical part is concerned. So I think the responsibility lies on a number of people. So just like Judith has said, many times we don't recognize when there's a threat. So I think there was also a responsibility by Lynette, but also maybe because she was not empowered to identify if against one. So many times as women, as girls, we would listen to threats, but maybe not take it seriously, or will even fear to report it because there's a saying that who will believe you. So I think there was that responsibility. So I think girls need to be empowered to understand their rights. Like my colleague said, we need to be oriented, all stakeholders need to be oriented to know their rights and what the law says. So I think if she was empowered to understand the threat, that would really injure her. So there was that responsibility. But also, like the gentleman who gave the point about the way the men are brought up, is like they have the power and they have to establish that power and show that imbalance, that they are powerful. So even the acid attacker had a responsibility because he needed to know that he should not injure someone else. And then, of course, the police also has a responsibility, trying to just suppress the justice, because when there is no justice in one place, there is injustice everywhere. So there is a responsibility by the police, and then the doctors as well in the hospital. We should, I think, as she was narrating, it shouldn't be just treatment. I think we should be able to every time screen for gender-based violence as we see patients, because many of them go unnoticed. If we can screen for gender-based violence and also have a referral pathway, work with different people. So I think it's a responsibility of everybody and the community as well. And many times women, even if they are being abused, to turn to, they don't have the empowerment, what to do. Sometimes if they report, nobody believes them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So for purposes of all of us actually paying attention, so we're going to switch. It's only Nyakecho, you will stay there, but Judith, you're going to use this microphone going forward, and Dr. Nancy, you're going to use this. I really need to see your body language when you're speaking. Okay, let me just sample this. How many of you here trust Uganda police? When you trust the police, by show of hands. Okay, just ask your neighbor. If you can't show hands, just ask you, do you trust the police? Ask your neighbor.
Do you trust them?
What is the feedback? What is the feedback? Is it up or is it down? Down. And that's why I want to bring the question to you, Nyakechu. You realize that our society, they rather die than going to police. I deal with Abantu Bawansi. I'm so much in the communities. We rather deal with it the mob way, because police oluzungu lungi. Now, in the context of gender-based violence, does the Uganda police force, for you as a legal person, do they understand the magnitude of this? Because we have a child protection unit, we have a family unit, but every time you walk in there, they're telling you, have conversation. You talk, they don't want to go the legal way, but they want you to talk through it. I want you to respond to this, how the culture supersedes the would-be provisions to mitigate gender-based violence going forward.
Well, thank you, Andrew. To begin with, I think the police, we all know that police are all humans like us. And
please put your microphone close to you so that people can hear what you're saying. We are live, by the way. We are streaming live. Go ahead.
The police are all human like us.
Correct.
And they learn step by step. So their profession is not fully legal. They are taught those things step by step. There are police officers who don't even know the law. They always draft charge sheets, but they don't know sections. They draft wrong charge sheets with wrong sections. So they need to be told. They need to be educated on what particular offenses or something that need to be, okay, they need to be told how to do their work. Then also, I think the police, I kind of need...
It is such hard to defend the police. You feel that? And I want us to dive into the deeper end. Because tomorrow, my daughter is going to come and take you, Nyakecho, as the lawyer, to serve us as a family. If you feel that they can be taught, what could be some of the hurdles that there would be providers or the support structure to protect us is not coming in the force we actually needed? What do we need to do there?
I think first of all we need to educate them. We need to let them, they need to have empathy towards the people they serve. And empathy is, sometimes empathy is in you, but you can also learn to be empathetic towards others. When someone comes, an acid attack victim comes to report a case, you need to treat that case with empathy, assuming it's your relative or someone you know. We also need to...
Don't worry, you speak. If there is any Uganda police official in here, please don't scare Nyakecho. Are you handling any case of the sort?
No.
Please,
we also need to make them get rid of their negative stereotypes.
Okay.
Makes sense.
There you go.
They think these acid attacks or some gender-based violence cases need to be settled within the victim and the perpetrator. They let you handle those matters alone, of which they are supposed to be part of. An acid attack is a very big case. Sometimes it leads to death.
Yes.
So it needs to be handled with a lot of care and attention. And also, I think the police also have issues with, how should I phrase it?
I don't know. So help you God. It is hard for police, but while you're getting there, let me come to Judith here. Judith, you've worked with communities. Culture normalizes gender-based violence. I come from the Central, where some women demand to be beaten. You've seen this online, where some women say, there was a famous clip going online that I have done everything. Did you see that clip? Did you see that clip online? That they crave to see men fighting for them. Now that is one breed. Then we have another breed that believes that if a man does not beat you, he does not love you. And it explains why when a woman is beaten, they call the chairperson. They don't want to report these cases. This is where culture comes in. From your experience, the 18 years or so, dealing with communities and programming in this arena, how do we onboard cultural leaders, community leaders, to untangle that mindset? I know it's going to be close to impossible, but what are some of the tools closest we can use as the young generation to challenge that?
Okay. Just to say that so many years ago, and I have to say those are part of the questions that I think for a long time has been part of the research questions that are done around checking, attitudes around GBV. But Andrew, I have to say that is not now.
Are you real?
Yes.
Okay.
And we do agree that, in the old days, it was a perpetuation of power and patriarchy. And it's true then that by that time, Andrew, not now, it's like a man exercising control and jealousy over you would be equated
to manhood.
To the person really loves you and wants to own you. But I think we have to also appreciate that the way people think about something depends on how they have been shaped to think about. And that, I think, with time, it's changing, because now when you ask at least majority of the women those questions, that's not the way anymore. So if we look at it from that angle, I think we have to appreciate where the women were coming from, what they were told to believe is right at that time.
As per the culture.
As per the culture. But increasingly, we are all evolving. We are all beginning to appreciate that, we have been held in that culture of tolerance to wrong things. I think we have to appreciate that sometimes people end up accepting wrong, not because they actually agree to it, but it's because that's what culture is shaping them to think. So if we look statistically now, the number of women who still agree to that statement is significantly small. Of course, there could be all these social media things, but I think we should also treat social media a bit carefully, because I don't think that represents what the majority of women are saying if we are to use national statistics. So going back then to how cultural leaders can be engaged on this, I think we also see a shift within the way cultural leaders look at it. But we also still see, a bit of still more emphasis, because it's like we are not stripping men out of power. It's like, are you trying to change culture? Are you trying to change what used to be norms? So I think the cultural leaders, they are coming up, I have to say. Okay. But I think there is also the fear of what will it look like if it's all shifted.
There is the fear.
Yes, there is fear, and I think that's why we still need to do more with them. But of course, I can assure you there are also cultural leaders that you will find, and they are still in the very, very old days. Yes. As we continue to engage, there are small incremental steps. But in the broader community of women, statistics show that
we're shifting.
Yeah, they don't take that anymore as what they would want to happen.
Dr. Nancy, you used words education and empowerment. Lynette here was at campus. She was achieving an education. She was informed, and she knew the structures and the procedure flows on how best to have this relationship aligned. Was she empowered? I want you to draw the line between one being educated and one being empowered to stand firm against gender-based violence in whatever form. At times it comes very seamless. It's emotional abuse, it's psychological, yet one is not allowed to actually stand up. But where do we draw the line? That someone is educated and someone is educated and empowered. Okay, try it.
Yes, thank you. So you have asked a question.
Can we have this mic on, please? Tech team. Mic 5. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that important question. You're asking whether education equals empowerment. It doesn't actually equal empowerment, because someone can be very educated, but they are not aware of their rights. They are not aware of the responsibilities that each person in the community has, and they can be abused. Even sometimes the higher the person is educated, the more complex the inequality can be. Because even in other developed worlds, the inequality is even more complex. So I think she was educated, but not empowered. You know, not empowered to know what an abuse is and what should one do when they've been abused. We run a program called Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights, which is funded by the Swedish Embassy and Frontline AIDS. And we work in a number of districts. We've been working in over 20 districts. Just to supplement on what Judith said, how to, get the community involved. So what we have been doing is we've been having dialogues on gender-based violence. So in all these districts, we are working with the police, we are working with the districts, we are working with the health facilities, we are working with the young people. So we have different dialogues that discuss gender-based violence. We have women-only dialogues, we also have men-only dialogues, because there are things that, because of the stereotype, the stigma and discrimination, women may not share, that my husband has been doing this. But when the women meet and discuss that, they can empower themselves and have a voice, and then the men also meet and then they can mix again. So we've been having dialogues with the police, talking about gender-based violence and how to prevent it, and we've worked with some police to tackle that. Then we also have in the health facilities we have tools that screen gender-based violence, so that anyone who comes in, they are screened for gender-based violence. Then when we find something, we have a referral pathway, because it's a big problem, especially when COVID came in and everyone was together. Then we also have to, like the lawyer said...
Dr. Nancy, before you go deep,
yes.
When you engage the police officers,
yes,
and the men alone in their breakout sessions,
yes,
what do you see? What are some of the popping elements that keep popping from the two?
So actually, when we engage the different groups in dialogue, then people begin to understand. We've seen some men have understood that actually it's not right for me to do this to my wife or to my, to any other woman. So we've seen that there is positive, they are beginning to understand that gender-based violence is wrong, and they're trying to solve it. We've had, women who had complained before in their different groups. When they now meet together, the men can stand up and say, I was wrong to do this. Then I wanted to say that sometimes also the culture and the churches, like a woman could be beaten by the husband, and he goes to church, and the pastor will say, kneel down and say sorry to your husband.
In the church.
Because you have to be humble, you have to submit.
Wait a minute.
So there's that thing of submission.
Lord, Dr. Nancy.
Yes.
In the church, a wife was battled last night.
Yes.
She comes to church and the pastor says, kneel before your husband
And say sorry.
and apologize. Yet I'm the one in pain.
Yes, because you're not being humble. You have to submit to your husband.
Okay.
Yes.
And comrades, this takes me to online. You'll bear with me, I love being online. The questions that are coming in online, if you want to actually be part of this conversation online, the hashtag is embracing equity and hashtag ViceVersa Global Festival. I'm bringing this to you, Nyakecho. The men, this one says, what a great panel. 3 women, 1 man. Let's flip the coin. What does the law say when it's the man who is being battled? Counsel.
It doesn't change at all. Whether it's a man or woman,
it covers everyone.
Yes,
Thank you so much. And I want to bring this conversation home to Judith. The masculinity question. The masculinity question, like the poet did, that the feasts make one to remember their clumsiness to submission. How do we deal with shifting the mindset of the men that masculinity does not go with just beating? That's 1. 2, you've dealt with communities where women are beating men, proper beating, and abuse them physically. How are we dealing with that kind of narrative? So that the conversation, the ecosystem is well aligned, that the conversation is not only about the women and the girls, but it covers the boys and the men as well.
Okay, thank you. On the first one, I think in the poets, Keith, I mean, you could clearly see it from Keith, what masculinity means in Ugandan culture. Much as Uganda is a multi-culture country, I don't know, 50-something tribes.
53 tribes.
I'm telling you, some things cross-cut, whether it's in Buganda, in Acholi, wherever it is. So I do think that masculinity has always been equated to strength, to power, to violence. You've seen where boys are playing and they're like, be a man. If you hear the word be a man, they're saying, hey, go physical, be violent. You get it? So if we really are to shift, then we have to let the young boys appreciate masculinity differently, right? And we also appreciate that in the way boys have been currently constructed to perceive masculinity, it also subjects them to other kinds of vulnerability. They can then suffer in violence. Because coming out and talking about it means you're a weak man, you get it. So if we really have to shift, we have to start shifting how the boys appreciate masculinity. And I think the word positive masculinity is what we are encouraging. And a lot of programs that actually even a number of our partners run are focusing on building positive masculinity, right? To try and shift that, but of course it will take time. Now, because of that, we also see that indeed, in some instances, men will also suffer violence. But at least we can still agree that up to now, it's 1 in 10 men, 1 in 7, and for women it's 1 in 3, or 2 in 3, right? So that already still shows that the way gender and power construction happens in a setting, it still puts women at a higher vulnerability to suffering GBV. So acknowledging that, And as Nyakato said, the law does not discriminate and say, you're a man, you have not suffered GBV. But I think it's also the cultural expectation that is placed on men that make a few of them who probably are also going through violence not to show up. And by the way, the men are suffering violence not because they are inflicted by women, but we have also seen men suffer violence from other men and they just be like, let's keep it at that. Yeah. Men are beaten thoroughly by other men. That's already...
It's violence.
That's already violence as well.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, the conversation is going deep, and to those who have questions, we're going to have a moment in the next few minutes where you're going to ask your questions. Dr. Nancy, I want to take this to the attitude of the caregivers. How do we bring them on board, onboarding them, that they understand the magnitude of what we're dealing with, the health givers, the legal, the psychosocial, towards gender-based violence. That me as a journalist, when I'm covering a story of gender-based violence, I need to pay attention to the effects that could actually have on the victim, her family, and her entire ecosystem. How best do we shift that attitude? For the police, I know Judith has done some programs with the Uganda police, but it's quite a big contingent of people. Maybe that's something we need to stretch so that the legal team plugs in adequately well. But for the caregivers at the health centers, you said you have some tools you use for this. But from the hospital, back in the community, how do we build this psychosocial support one needs to be in position to sail through the gender-based violence sequencing?
Thank you for that question. So at the health facility and the facilities that we support in the different districts, we have taught a gender transformative approach so that health workers go through what a gender transformative approach looks like in a training. And we do this not only for the health workers, but the peers that work in the community. So my thought is that if we will introduce in every area training on gender transformative approach, it will empower the men not to involve themselves in gender-based violence, and women as well to understand. I believe that if in different sectors there's a system that talks about a gender transformative approach, and then in the health facilities, there are tools to screen, not only for women, but for men as well. And then there are these dialogues because we have to talk about it. So different dialogues with the police, with the gatekeepers in churches, in mosques, in communities, in the LC1 place, in the districts. So if we saturate the whole country with talks about a gender transformative approach, eventually there will be an impact.
Thank you so much. Council Nyakato, if we are to ask other sectors to get on board and get involved in the SGBV response, what change would you ask them to actually bring? Because this is a multifaceted kind of approach we need, that every sector is part of it. Please note, sex, gender-based violence. What other sectors would you request urgently to join the conversation, and what would you like them to change?
Well, first of all, the health sector, that is majorly necessary. We would like the health sector.
Yes.
It has a lot that it does to help rehabilitate GBV victims. So I think I believe the government should try to add more resources that will help the health sector with providing services to these victims. We need shelters for victims, because when you leave a victim in the community, there is a possibility of retaliation. They will do the same again to him or her. So they need to provide maybe some additional funds in the budget. Then we also need to sensitize, to orient all the sectors. Everyone, every duty bearer needs to be oriented about the laws about the policies that regulate everything regarding GBV. We need to educate ourselves as the victims and the community at large. We need to know our rights. We need to know our laws. We need to know when we are abused. We need to know when to report. We also need, an example of the health sector, the police. When victims are, when people are victimized, we have one government chemist, I think, who does all the...
At the police lab?
Yes.
Very overwhelmed.
Very overwhelmed. So that brings that causes a very big backlog of cases in court, of which some are let go because really the chemist
is overwhelmed.
Yes. So I think there is need for collective efforts in all sectors.
I love that. Judith, how do we onboard the private sector about sexual gender-based violence so that it's not just a conversation within the programming and the programmers, the government, but everyone gets on board? How is Simama Fina supporting this, supporting that, that they know that if there is a case of sexual gender-based violence, I need to chip in?
Yeah. I think it's very important to bring private sector on board because GBV has no boundaries. It's not only in public sector, it's also it's happening in private sector, but it also has an impact on private sector itself. And this is just my weird thoughts, because if we look at financing for GBV, I think at the moment, private sector is not investing, and yet private sector also has a role, in this. So I think one is looking at private sector from a financing point of view is very, very important. And also, I think we have a lot of opportunities for strategic and mutual collaboration with the private sector. Really, what does it take for Coca-Cola to write on the bottle, to just write here and say, stop violence, right? So I think there are opportunities within private sector that we haven't tapped for them to also be on board on the awareness creation part of it. And then thirdly, I think also we've had a lot on, violence happening within private sector, and I think private sector could also do a lot around their workplace policy and their own institutions to make it more equitable and more safe and more violence-free, but also to see that they are mindful to the roles of women as mothers and also as caregivers. We've had a lot of women go out there like, I just lost my job because the boss couldn't wait anymore for me to continue nurturing my child. There's also a lot out there on sexual violence, exploitation, sex for job. So there's a lot of sexual exploitation and abuse also happening in the private sector. And as private sector, they need to take this up seriously because it's also an issue of corporate responsibility.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's clap for my panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's two-way broadcast. I need only 3 questions, and you tell who you're sending your question to, and they will respond to that, and then we'll wrap it up. So by show of hands, just raise your hand, those 2, apart from Uncle Simon. Okay, we have 1 there. That's the first question. Yele, comrades, this is a revolution. I said 3, now they're 10. Okay, let me start with the first one. Just be snappy and concise.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And thank you very much, the beautiful panel. You guys have really given us a lot to digest. I have a question, but I also have a comment. I am privy that first I work with the Omuntu Wawansi, so it comes in handy when you use terms such as gender, transformative approach, mainstreaming. These are languages, words that are used by programmers, but fengo muntu wa wansi, we have no idea what you're talking about. Is there a way where you can contextualize these terms and how you want, the man out there to get it? In my village, way deep, where only one person has a TV, we have a lot of gender-based violence, but it is something that has been appreciated by society. That, I think last December I was lucky to experience an incest case where they had to, to cleanse one of or both of the, the victims and the perpetrators. But unfortunately, it was the lady that was being punished. And the gentleman, for some reason, was given a leeway because for him, he was asked to leave the village. But the lady was being battered because for her, she was accepted to stay. But when you compare the mental, how she gets affected by that, staying in the same village and being beaten, and everyone knows the story, or that it was an incest case, it kind of leaves a gap on whether we actually want to, deframe the whole conversation when it comes to omuntu wa wansi down there, besides the policy. My other comment is, have we as advocates thought about, pushing and lobbying for probably a gender-based court, a specific court that deals with these issues? Because even when you look at the reason why there is only one surgeon is because it's not such an issue. Government looks at it as something that can be dealt with on demand basis. But we all know that it's actually very, very, very serious matter. All the time rape cases go unreported because of the system, that people can't report them. Can we start advocating for, either government or ourselves, institutionalizing a gender-based court where we deal with issues, and then we can either, get support or later try to see how to lobby for it. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. My name is Charles Emma Ofono.
Thank you, Ofono. Let me have a lady. Let me have a lady that we can balance this. Lynette.
Thank you, panelists. The questions I have, I think they're like three. The first thing is about how do we help men and women to know more about their rights? We keep blaming the victims for not knowing their rights, but they are not informed about where they are supposed to go and about the laws. Like what the lawyer said, there are many laws we have in place. For example, we have the Domestic Violence Act. We have a policy on elimination of gender-based violence, but how many among us here, like if at all I ask you about your right, you really know your rights when it comes to any kind of violence. So you realize, yes, we are advocating for the rights of women, but even us, we really don't know about these laws. We really don't know about many of these things that are in those laws. It's like laws are just passed, they are not implemented. And who is responsible for implementing these laws?
Thank you. Another one? Oh, yeah. So you're going to pay attention to her because she's interpreting for him.
Good afternoon. My name is Agia Tony. That is his sign name. Thank you for inviting the deaf fraternity. Now, depending on GBV now as the topic, true, me I've seen people suffer in the villages. All people must not keep quiet. Women have rights to come and report. It is the same thing with the men. Men must know their responsibilities. And they must understand their problems and the women's problems. Because they can say at home in a very easy way. Now my question, here in Uganda, there are very many people with a lot of disabilities who suffer a lot. When they go to report to police about GBV, the police, they don't know and they don't accept our cases because police do not know sign language. That is one. Other people with disabilities, it is hard to reach police and report because the police is far and these people have to sit in wheelchairs. They don't have anyone to take them there. So they have to stay home and be patient and endure whatever problem they are going in. When they want to report, it is resisted. My question is, the government must do something to help people with disabilities and stop GBV. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And because of time, allow me to first take up these questions. Council, you're going to respond to the gender-based violence code, and the gender equity question will equally come back to Judith. But Judith, before we go any further, I'm a journalist. I've traveled this country. Last week I was in Zombo. The Dutch embassy and the Netherlands, you've heavily invested in gender-based violence programming. I first want to know why. Why is it the biggest programming that is coming from the embassy is in gender-based violence? What do you see? And given the investment you've made in gender-based violence, are you seeing the impacts? What is the progressive curve like?
Thank you. I'll try to make it short, but I think one is to appreciate that gender-based violence is a human rights violation, and any human rights violation will certainly have impact, first and most importantly on the person. Today we've heard Lynette's story and what that means for Lynette and what she is still going through. So the Netherlands strongly believes in human rights, and we believe in equal rights for all, and we believe in promoting and respecting human rights. And that's why the Dutch government is investing in GBV prevention and response program. Secondly, the Netherlands believes in equality, and gender equality is one of it, because it's very important. If we are to have an inclusive development process, then everyone must be given an equal opportunity. And GBV denies many people an opportunity. So we need to tackle it in order for the development process to be inclusive. So we do that from the appreciation that gender-based violence promotes gender inequality, and therefore it deters progress towards achieving gender equality. Then last but not least, if we look at the overall impacts of GBV on development, and yeah, the Netherlands is a partner to the government of Uganda to promote development, and the Netherlands actually contributes to implementation of the country's national development plan. So it's also from that angle why the Dutch government is investing in GBV prevention. And just to give you a bit of a snapshot of the magnitude of this problem, I think today we've had the story on a very personal point of view from Lynette. Thanks, Lynette, for your courage to speak. But also, there are so many types of GBV, right? Today we've talked about acid, acid victim. It's a bit of a physical violence. But there's so many other forms of violence happening. And let's talk about child marriage. A man marrying a girl, I mean, I'm sure Nyakato will tell me that's already whatever it's defilement, and it's happening, and everybody's looking on. Like, constitutionally, they tell us age of marriage is 18 and above, and then you find this 14-year girl in marriage. So what's happening? But just to look at that specific type of GBV, child marriage, which results in teenage pregnancies. A study was done by UNFPA in 2020 at the peak of COVID, and so many girls really got pregnant. But from that study, the extrapolation is scary, I have to say. One, if it increases at that pace, then on an annual basis, 50% of teenage girls are at risk of becoming child mothers. And you know what it means to become a child mother in Uganda's context? It means your fate is done. Now, if that is the case, the statistics is also telling us that 64% of these teenage mothers will not even have the opportunity to finish primary education. Primary, we are talking of primary education, right? Where you finish and you come out like you ask. If you came out with primary education, what value does that add to you? Now, if that percent of these girls will not complete, it means then that the statistic tells that 47% will end up as peasant in peasant agriculture. Tell me, this is a country that wants to move away from what? From peasant, what is it called?
We want to go to the middle class income,
yeah,
from sustainable...
No, not in that direction, but we really don't want to see any Ugandan involved in peasant agriculture.
Peasant agriculture, to commercial agriculture.
Yes, yet we see that GBV, presenting in the form of child marriage, is going to push a lot of girls back in that place where, as a country, we want to get away from. That's just for discussion on another day. And lastly, if you look annually, what it costs the government and what it will cost families of girls who have fallen victims of teenage pregnancy. Annually, 647 billion shillings has to be spent annually on health care for the teenage mother, because we know they always have complicated motherhood, and also care for their children, and children of teenage mothers also. My colleague will agree, they present with a lot of complications. Now, where will that money come from? So it's a bigger human rights concern, it's a bigger development concern, it's also an issue of inclusive development. That's why the Netherlands is investing in.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for the Netherlands Embassy and the Dutch Embassy. We now understand why they're always at the core of these conversations. Council, there is something Ofono alluded to. Can we have a GBV court that can, attend to these issues with the urgency they deserve, expeditiously, that we just don't go through the back and forth? Is it possible?
It's possible, but already we have different divisions, high court divisions. We have the family division, we have the criminal division, civil and other divisions. And these GBV cases are sometimes handled in the family and criminal division. Because most of the cases are criminal in nature. So putting up a court that is specifically for GBV is really a hard task. It will need funding. It will need putting up new facilities, new courts. It will need employment of new staff. Can we achieve that?
Do the family courts go to the very last mile? Because his concern was at the very last mile. Imagine someone who has a case and is in a BIM district of gender-based violence and is in a sub-county that is hard to reach. Do we have to transport him from that sub-county and parish to the district for his case to be heard. And for how long is this going to take if you already have these courts in place?
Unfortunately, we have to transport them because every region has its own jurisdictions. There are courts that are particularly for a given region. You can't set up, I think, like 2 courts in one region. So you have, maybe you will need funding for the victims to move to the courts, but there is nothing that can be done to get the courts. Yes, courts usually move to the people down. The judicial officers usually move. They do locus. They go to the people down and hold cases, handle cases down there. But it doesn't happen oftenly. So
it's still a long journey.
Yeah, it needs a lot of funding.
Dr. Nancy, there is a lot of funding on the other side. That is, she's talking about, but I'm still bringing a question of funding again to you. The issue of dealing with people with impairments, the blind and the deaf. At all these other referral points, according to the tools you alluded to, the ones you're using, how are you helping them with impairments to get justice or to have their voices amplified at the different layers where this issue is met?
Thank you for that question. I think that's something that needs to be worked on, because when you go to many places where services are provided, you may not have someone who is interpreting and, you know, with sign language and able to help. So I don't know what can be done about that, but I think it's an area, it's an opportunity that should be taken, because many times people with disabilities are left out because of the sign language, you know, how to interpret the problem.
Wow. Judith, this is going to be the very final one as we're winding up. The issue of language. Emma alluded to something of the language we use in programming, gender equity, emotional equity. While we're doing the programming on the ground, do we change these terms to the best understanding of the layman, a fisherman, a fishmonger, a border guy, where you're going to say you have a right to emotional equity? Does he understand it? Do we have better ways of languaging or sending the message in the best packages that can reach the last mile?
Yeah, and if that is not being done, then something is wrong, right? Because we all believe and we all agree that programs should make sense to the lowest level possible. And I think those now become quite operational and programmatic issues, but at least the translation and the simplification of all these words are very important. And at least I can say for our programs, we actually work with the local community, right? We work with the resource persons from the community to really help us in the packaging, in the whole communications, because I also do agree that if we do not get these communications right, we can actually perhaps also be more destructive. I remember some years back, the whole thing of women's rights, and the way it was translated in my local language, it really triggered harsh responses from the men. So like, hey, let's go back and recheck the messaging we are giving and how it's being perceived by the community. So I think that's just about being very smart with your whole communications strategy. Of course, to my brother, I'm sure you mentioned the GTA, the gender transformative language that Dr. mentioned. That one never gets down the way it is. But I think at that level, it's made as contextual, as operational, and as understandable as possible. But just to say that what that literally means is that let's implement programs that will stimulate communities to look at their own cultures, to look at their own belief systems, and be able to diagnose it You know, we don't diagnose it for communities. If you want resistance, tell them this is bad. They'll say, you're telling us this is bad, but this is what we have been. So it's about helping them to see the wrong things in their own culture, the wrong things in their own norms, and get motivated to challenge it and also to transform it or to change it. That's basically what we mean when we say gender transformative.
Thank you. But before I let you go, let's talk about creating more awareness to the countrymen. Lynette said that even as we could be in this conversation and we are talking so adequately with facts and figures, statistics, but when we don't understand our rights, how far should we go to sensitize and create awareness in our communities that people can be in position not just to know what the law says, but they can be in position to equally incite a particular penal code which can actually save them the burden?
That's for me?
That's for you.
Okay. Yeah. One thing is how far we can go is we will have to go forever, right? And we also appreciate that as generations will change, we keep getting a new lot of people that will be more enlightened. But how far this can go, I think this should be as robust as possible. And because when we talk of human rights, it's an issue that touches every sector. I mean, every sector exists to uphold the human rights of people. So every sector must be able to do something about it, so even the locals know what to expect from them. If it is a health sector, then they have to let the people know about their health rights and to know that this is what they should find or be given because they are citizens. And maybe the challenge has also been in that, I think in a way, human rights and civic education has been held within the judicial sector, right? And health sector doesn't see like, that's also my responsibility. So I think how far it should go is every sector needs to take it up because it's an issue of accountability for every sector.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to my panelists here. So I want to request that we all stand up because now we're fighting gender-based violence. Let's all stand up. And this is what I'm going to request you. You're going to hug your neighbor as a commitment to fight gender-based violence. At every level, hug your neighbor. This is my commitment. This is my commitment. That is your commitment. Thank you, everyone. Let me welcome Karen, Ken, and Babide to take up the session again. Thank you, everyone.
A round of applause for Andrew Chamagero and the panelists. Oh, we are still hugging. Okay. Commitment. Commitment. Please hug some more. We are committing. Please don't commit forever. Some of you might commit and end up asking for phone numbers. But it's okay. Kainan. Oh, you're here.
Robina,
Hi.
this is my commitment.
Oh, my commitment. Hey, Kenan, that commitment is really...
Yes, sir.
That commitment was quite something, but it's okay.
It is my commitment, but let me commit again just like one more time.
Kenan, aren't we going to commit till the end of the day?
No, it's a good reminder, and I think,
yes.
So what Andrew has just done, very knowingly,
Andrew, thank you so much
very knowingly, I'm sure, is that every time I hug someone, I can't help but remember the commitment that I've made. Like on a serious note, yeah? Every time I hug someone, and it will, not only that, but it will be a conversation starter. So the next time you're with someone and like, what am I going to tell this person? Give them a hug and they're like,
a hug and you just say, I commit.
This reminds me something. And then you will be sharing the message beyond these borders, beyond these walls. I think that's really powerful.
And I think for the single mothers out there, I think we should use this as a tactic.
Okay,
for the father to
how
commit to supporting the child. So you'll be like, you give me a hug and you're like, okay, you've committed, yeah? So
wow,
that should be the beginning.
Yes, absolutely. And as we were saying, this message can go beyond these walls. And you can be a part of that by getting your phone out and tweeting about today and posting about it on your Facebook and posting about it on your WhatsApp. The conversation that we are having here at the Design Hub doesn't necessarily need to stop in your minds, or you do not need to wait until Monday for you to then tell your workmates or your colleagues. You can post about it here today, right now. Let the message and conversation start. Where are you going to post
We're talking
first?
about something. We have to comment, tweet right here, right now.
Absolutely. Yes, right here, right now.
Okay.
I see what you just did there.
All right. Before we go to the next session, I really want to take this opportunity to, actually, I don't want to even say I. Let us take this opportunity to really applaud our sign language interpreter in the house. And when we are clapping in sign language, we do this. Yes, yes. So, yeah, we are applauding our sign language interpreter. Flavia is doing an amazing job. We have the deaf community with us today. We have friends from Kenya. Where are our friends from Kenya? They traveled. Yes.
Mambo.
So they traveled all the way from Kenya to here, and yeah, and me, who is from...
That means, so I'm speaking English today, and you've been helping us with translating to other languages like Luganda, for instance.
Yes,
so from here on, you'll help us be translating in Swahili, I hope. Inawezekana? Unaweza kuongea
I mean,
Swahili?
like, it's a piece of cake, yeah?
Oh, is it? All right. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let me also take this opportunity to remind you that we have a marketplace today. Yeah? There is an...
Not the other one of town.
No, not the one in town where you're walking and people are grabbing you, and there's this new thing people do where they just throw it on your face.
I know, right?
You either buy it or you buy it, yeah?
No, some time back, I was going to take the pants they had thrown on me. I was like,
just
thank
ran.
you very much. So I was walking and she's like, Gundi, you have to pay. I'm like, Gundi.
You just avoided violence that day, trust me. But anyways, there is a marketplace that is taking place just outside there. Very wonderful, beautiful items on sale. So you can check them out when we are on our lunch break or any opportunity that you get to exit these walls. Just go and check it out. But we also have some amazing artists that have their exhibits there for you to also check out in the different tents. So you can also go, feel free to ask them where the inspiration came from. I'm very sure that you will be enjoying. We also have our live artist, our live painter that is still working right now. I really recommend that you take a second to just check in and see how far he has proceeded. Robina, there is a point in the morning when you were talking about people that were talking of your big nose, you know, and I was like, does she remember there's someone live painting in the building today?
I hope you made that nose vivid. Yes, I hope you made that nose vivid. I'm trying to show them that I'm committing to living. Yeah?
Commit.
Yes.
That right there is a commitment.
I should be with you here all the time. We could commit every day.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are still going on with our wonderful event, with our wonderful day. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to serenade you with some beautiful and wonderful music. Because when you need to remember something, when you need it to get into your mind, you either tell a story or you sing. And I can assure you that that will be with you forever. And so we have...
Music to the soul.
Yeah, music to the soul. And so we are going to convert our conversation here today into song. And so allow me to welcome onto stage Jennifer. She will be taking us to a session of music, but something amazing about her is she's a florist. So she deals...
Did she bring for us some flowers?
We will find out when
Will
she's
you give me
here.
some flowers? I did get some on Valentine's.
I will
and
not
I didn't get any on
commit
Women's
to that
Day.
right now, but we will see. She's an amazing florist, and on top of that, she has risen the ranks. She is leading and championing a trade union here in this country. She has battled with like the big dogs and everything, and so it's just amazing and wonderful to hear.
I need to commit with her.
by shaking hands.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Jennifer here to the stage.
Woo-hoo! Woo!
Before the music starts off, yes, so here we're in the call I like that. On most events when you go, like the music team is never ready, but ours are very ready. Like the moment you snap, they are ready. I love that so much. Jennifer?
Thank you very much. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nasali Jennifer. A General Secretary of the Horticulture Trade Union. I know the program, it is FNV, but we are a partner with FNV Mondial, which is a center for trade unions in Netherlands. 2019, after the ILO, International Labour Organization, recognized gender-based violence as a workplace problem and passed that convention, I wrote a song of the long time discriminations that women go through. So this song talks about the past, the discriminations that come with culture, our cultural backgrounds, what is happening right now that we have not yet overcome, and a request to what I think we should do in the future. So please take the message and let's spread the message. Thank you. Please, now.
be able to support her music?
They were there inwards. The song was hitting them, and then they were there.
Like tapping a
So you would see someone with a pen, and then they are.
Well, it's okay. We will definitely make sure
way of dancing.
that you get in contact with Jennifer, that you can support her music, that you can support her actions, because supporting her is actually supporting the movement against GBV. So please make sure that you reach out. Please make sure that you appreciate. Now, since the audience did not dance, I think maybe we can give them another format of communication.
They will dance to that?
That might not necessarily require dancing, but is still a musical, poetic way to put our message forward. What do you think of that?
I completely agree. I completely agree. Now that the DJ also cut the song before I even started shaking, I completely agree. We should have another way of entertaining us.
And so we're going to have on stage a group of poets that are going to be talking. You know, poetry is a skill and it's an art form that requires not only the artistic side of it, but the intelligence.
Talent.
Yes, the intelligence to be able to put a message forward. When I was growing up, I as you can probably tell, was really into English and literature, and I was into like history and the likes. I was very skilled. I can sing, I can dance. Poetry is the one thing that failed me because like I am intelligent, I'm not an idiot, that's true, but the ability to put such depth of words in a way that someone feels like you're rhyming, you're making sense is something amazing. And so we're going to...
We never did poetry in English. We used to do it in Luganda.
In Luganda.
So in Luganda we call it echitontom.
Echitontomi?
So we used to tontoma.
Okay. Well, let's invite forward some...
Abatontomi.
Abatontomi.
Yes.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. We'll be having some amazing poetry that will be taking us through the next session.
Echo Minds, you're welcome.
Mama yatuzaala abaana musanvu n'atugolera okulenge musanvu bw'ali yasaaka kulenge nakamu alikutwalira sewazike nakulya.
Folkature. That is the pot we grew up drinking from, mother's wisdom. So all the time, mother wanted to give us a story. Mother gave us a lesson. So one day, mother said, "My son, never raise your hand towards a woman." She said, "Son, never raise your voice towards a woman. Protect them. They are the weaker sex." It's been 6 years when I was with Violet, and all I've known is violence. I have raised my hand 1,000 times to protect my face from her furious fists. I have raised my voice to plead my innocence amidst all this smack and slaps. It's been 6 years since I chose her over my ex, and there is no single day that goes by that I am not a victim of this weaker sex. Bannange, omukazi ankuba nenjula okudduka mu nnyumba, okusula mu nnyumba lwakiri nsula ebweru mu nkuba. Omukazi atawuka n'akirako ennumba. Gano amatama zinemba nazifuula wagenda okuzannyira omweso, naddeeka nankuba nensalawo ngende ewa muzeeyi Sewannonda. It's been 6 years, and all I've heard is excuses for every scar and bruise I have on my face. 6 years, and all I have to say it's all is well. 6 years, and all I have to give myself is that stupid excuse that I am a man. 6 years when I tell everyone that my wife beats me, and every single person calls me a weaker man, a laughing stock. 6 years. 6 years of being beaten by a woman, and I'm a laughing stock, and every single day I doubt whether she is the weaker sex. Kati mbagambye mugende mu mugambe akomewo ankubenge yabye, and then call me a mother's son. Yes, I am my mother's son, because she told me not to raise my hand towards a woman. Now I raise it to protect myself from a woman and weep in silence. Thank you.
That midnight, she was gone at midnight. This particular midnight, it wasn't an ordinary midnight. Like that night when he slit her slit for a forceful access to her most holy temple. For she was the burnt offering on the altar of wrath. It wasn't like the other night when he shouted at her, humiliated her for treating, just wishing or hoping to be treated like a human being. To him, she was just property weighed under the hooves of cows when he dropped his droplets of coins in the demand for dowry. She was not human, she was property. That midnight, it wasn't like that night when her request to go and work instead of staying home went under the table. Because for him, a woman sitting at the table with men meant a kind of stubbornness which he couldn't tolerate. That midnight, her wails tore the dark, silent night for her pain to be drummed painful enough for the dead to awake. You see, that particular midnight, when she breathed her last breath, it wasn't because she wished it, but because he wanted it. And now her generations have risen, and now her children have risen, seeing cases of domestic violence and turned a revengeful hand to him, because that particular midnight, his wail was a wishful wail for death to swallow him, yet it wasn't there to take him. It wasn't like the other night when the other lady, with her serene-like voice, echoed through the night on the streets like a billboard, announcing his poverty to the community, because what is a man without money? It wasn't like the other night when his head was axed on the compound and people watched because he could not think for the family. So what is a man without a head? It wasn't like the other night when his manhood was sliced because of rumors of infidelity which weren't proven. So what is a man without his manhood? You see, cases of domestic violence tend to be gendered to one side, but right now in our community, these cases wreck our homes, wreck our hearts, leaving children orphaned, because when mother turns to father and father turns against mother, where do we leave our children? So before we go to the next, let's consider the next midnight so that our children can grow in safety. Thank you.
I know nothing silence, for I am the noise. I enter silent rooms with my butt and nose and see silence stutter. I know nothing silence. Even the boda stage knows the sound of a clapping butt with my lips shut. Me and my butt have gotten in a lot of trouble. She had me lose a job. I wish I had found her a nanny to nurse my butt as I went to office. Some days I think my butt is male. How my male supervisor couldn't stop himself from tapping it and gritting it on that random day. Now, I can't walk downtown because all those male friends want to tap their male friend my butt. Then I found a solution, a large linen skirt, tie it onto your tight skirt, and maybe that butt will learn to keep silent and not shake. Maybe I'll find peace. But even on days when I wear the hijab, those men still come for my butt. I hope one day I find peace.
Patriarchy was taught to me by a woman. I was 10 when my grandmother told me my brother shouldn't be seen serving himself food. And while I'm serving him, I should go on my knees as a sign of respect. I was 16 at my high school when my female teacher of English language said, "Girls, if you want the boys to notice, make sure you apply a little makeup, and while playing, please don't be loud. See, men don't like that." At 21, I was being prepared for marriage and sent to Senga to learn all about the do's and don'ts of a wife material. In her words, she said, "Mwana wange, omwami tebamukuba mugongo, omwami tebamumma, ensonga z'omunju zisigala za munju. Pozi n'ekirala mwana wange, omukyala tanoba." At 26, my female HR said there's no such thing as sexual harassment simply because my male co-worker decided to tap my butt while we went for lunch. Come on, Sarah. Don't take everything seriously, especially with these men at work. If you get used to them, you learn it is their way of being comfortable with you. Patriarchy was taught to me by a woman who sits next to me in church and tells me there's no such thing as a bad man. You have to understand why he's angry and make sure he never gets violent again. Patriarchy was taught to me by a woman, the one in police station at Machindi, who asked my mother, "Omusajja wamukoze ekyo okukuba bw'atyo?" You see, it breaks my heart that every time I fight against patriarchy, I am fighting mostly a fellow woman. So women, can we have this conversation? Can we sit on the table and talk about how we have allowed patriarchy over and over? But why really blame a woman? She never knew any better.
I inherited my mother's depression on the night of the blood moon. Broken pots and pieces of kitenge littered the old swamp. Branded on the chest, I wore the mark of struggle that Mama blatantly dismissed. Bore the anguish that always left mud on the front paw. I wear my mother's depression like sexy lingerie. Eyebrows drawn in a skull, porty lips that could saunter a hiss. Perched on the bed, I'm a hawk in training, waiting on Waraji, tainted breaths and sportsman cigarettes dubbed lips. A disrespectful tongue and a rough language, scuffing words from my bone. Take the beating, take the beating. Even your mama endured. My mother's depression snuggles up with ghosts from my embattled conscience and invites the little girl to play kwepena on the street. Entombs love on the catacombs of paranoia and leaves relics behind. Slices my thighs on the altar of deception as a sacrificial lamb for a plate of passion. I inherited my mother's depression on the day I decided I wanted an abusive man like my father.
The discussions hurt, but shall we not shy away from every discussion that brings pain to our hearts, because these are the things that will transform our society. So let us have the table talk. Come, let us have a seat and discuss these realities, these in my environment. You see, in my rapidly gendered environment, whispers of what I should be or shouldn't be drop droplets of doubt across my mind until these widen into bigger memory pathways of conformity. And today, yes, today, I sometimes find myself swallowing to these ideologies. Sometimes I walk the talk of words I never spoke, but I was labeled to be. And sometimes these echoes conflict, but oftentimes they conform to what they say. So come, have a seat. Let us have these conversations. These that, as a woman, it seems my judgment room stretches beyond four corners of a wall with self-appointed juries detecting and telling me what to do because, why should I study this course and not the other? Why should I marry this gentleman and not the other? Why should I go for this career pathway or not the other? My life's choices sometimes are caged in, not willingly. You see, to lift the misfits of these biases, I have now taken as true. Yes, I know ill intentions, sometimes misguided, camouflage as true. So as you ask these questions, take caution of the why, the what's, the how's, and the who's, those questions that you throw at me. So, why do you clip my wings and render me a damsel in distress for you to be a hero in my distress? So let us have inclusion and promotion at all these levels. Let it be less gendered. You see, let us have these discussions. Why should work performances be traded with sex advances, yet the society's moral guillotine is heavier and higher on a woman's morality than a man? Let us have the discussions, because each one of us has one life to live. At the table, in our families, in our workplaces, in our spaces of influence and networking, can we have the discussion and stare down these stereotypical and truthful claims that being born a girl is less valuable? That my puberty renders me for marriage. You see, this claims that my non-pageantry physique is less beautiful. The opinion that sports sciences or particular leadership and creativity positions are not for the women. The saying that my assertiveness and ability to speak is less feminine. The saying that giving birth warrants termination from a job. Can we have these discussions? Can we have these discussions so that we level the ground from unconsciously planted biases by ourselves as women and those around us, from these mentally draining mantras we have made daily prayers, from all these hard-to-gallop disappointments of ordinary life, from the limitations of yesterday and today? Can we have the discussions as women rise up? For us all, because an empowered woman is empowered home and empowered society. Let our voices at the decision-making table matter. So can we have this seat too? From the legends to the modernizers, they rise. From the villages to the cities, the nations and the world, we rise. From the north or east or west or south of the equator, we rise. From the west or east of the sun's footpath, we rise. So Let us clear the hazy diagnosis of our identities as we join the discussions where clarity of purpose and vision unfolds, and being different shouldn't make us indifferent. So, a call. Toddlers, any mothers in the house, let us rise. Any sisters in the house, let us rise, because I'm not seeing you rising. Any mothers in the house, we rise. Any sisters in the house, we rise. The women are not rising. Any women in the house, we rise. Any sisters in the house, we rise. Any siblings in the house, from the east to the west to the north and the globe, we rise, because we need these table talks today.
Ode to my embattled body. I have drunk the juice of the bitter root of the oput tree, sorted beans and sifted millet in quiet seclusion. I have hidden my eyes from bowling faces and endured the bowling silence of my footsteps. In between muted sighs, I have responded to society's clarion call for instruction to a binding injustice. You gendered my language and called my body a taboo, a colonized territory, an embodiment of sin without a taste for freedom. So you treated me like a house and restricted me to your kitchen and your warm bed. I became a monument of affliction, a symbol of weakness, baptized a woman of trauma. I allowed you to pat my legs like districts and imprison my womb. Desecrate my body on the altar of deception as a sacrificial lamb on menstrual heat means I started bleeding out of open cuts of never-ending feuds, too afraid to walk out because I have a patch on my skirt. You became the curator of an embattled history of women who kept their mouths shut. You arrested my femininity without a warrant and tried to censor my opinions and suppress my thoughts. Out of the juice of the bitter root of the oput tree, a new story unfolds. Out of labor rooms that once held my voice, freedom and equity blooms. I trudge mud-baked paths, tear down stereotypes and take my place. No longer worshiping patriarchal altars that robbed me of my rights, no longer limited because I am a woman.
She was raped. That is a funny statement in my village. Women and men some days sit by the market and laugh at rape victims. Then we are sent to the police to report to other rapists. There is a rapist at the police. He told me he hates rapists. I hope he hates himself too. There is a rapist in church. He preaches badly about adultery. I hope rape is not one of those sins prohibited by the Bible. There is a rapist in the parliament that made the law against rape, and he will never be blamed for that because he was there when the law was made and has the money to bribe those police officers. There is a rapist in your home. Your children call him uncle. He is no longer an uncle. He is whatever you choose to call him, but you won't believe your children anyway. So you continue sponsoring the same vices you preach against because your housemaid is 15, just like your daughter who goes to school, and you fight for the rights of young girls. You are not to blame, and I am neither to blame. You are just a commissioner in the Ministry of Education, not God.
With such amazing poetry, I feel so blessed. It's like I've won the lottery. With such insights about real fights. If only there was something I could take down with to help these points sink in. If only there was a portion. Oh wait, but there is. At only 10K behind you, you can get your portion. You know, as we go on, all these stories have been so compelling. And because of that, we should go into the next session about storytelling.
Unfortunately, I can't go any further than that.
Man, you just ruined it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for some beautiful poetry. My God.
You should, are you part of the Echo Minds?
Am I part of the?
Yeah, the Echo Minds poets.
You know, I wish I'm going to try and join.
Please,
my
take
goodness.
him, I commit.
No, I promise.
Oh, committee. All right.
No, but on a serious note, I wish you could check me out. I have goosebumps. And I swear to God, like I'm not lying right now. That poetry just gave me goosebumps.
Right.
Because every single line in every single stanza just cuts deep inside you and you're left to wonder. Wow.
You know what? You know what, Kenan? Let me commit this time. Let me commit. I've committed.
Yeah.
Okay, so after committing, you people, may I will not add on to those things. I told you, first of all, my English is not that. So now I'm going into the session that I am well conversant with. Yes? And this session is going to be conducted by a very, very inspiring lady. She's a professional boxer, and she's training girls and young women in Katanga to defend themselves against the perpetrators of gender-based violence. Now, to our language, njagala kwaniriza omukyalo ono. Omukyalo ono akoze omulimu munene nnyo mu Katanga okusomesa abawala n'okubayigiriza
okwerwanako n'okwerwanirira ng'abalabe bazze.
You see?
But I don't know Luganda.
I'm trying to provoke the Luganda in him to come out.
Simanyi Luganda, onasonyiwa.
Anyway, omukyalo ono akuba ebikonde, yawangulako n'omudaali, era tuli basanyufu nnyo okulaba nti nali mu kifo kino. We are really happy and honored to have her in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Helen Baleke up here. Helen, tukwaniriza. She will be conducting her session in Luganda. Bear with us. That's the language she's well conversant with. But I will try to summarize and help interpret what she's really addressing. Helen Baleke.
Wow. Muje baleko basebo ne banyabo. Amanya n'eddoboozi nze baleke Helen. Ngambera mu Katanga njigiriza boxing, traininga boxing. Ensonga lwaki traininga boxing nze Helen Baleke okutandika boxing sayingira boxing tolw'okuba nga njagala nedda. Naye nayingira boxing olw'okuba nali njagala nina omuvubuka gwe njagala okukuba naye nga simusobola. So omuvubuka oyo nga ntambula akawungeezi ndowooza essaawa yalinga emu kitundu ez'ekiro, nemusanga nankwatako olw'okuba nali munafu. Tekitegeeza nti buli muntu amale gankwatirira, kitegeera. So omuvubuka oyo bwe nayagala okwerwanako, engeri gye yankwatamu teyali ntuufu. Mu bantu n'enswala nansikasika bambi yankuba nga sisobola kukola ki kwerwanako. Naye nenoonya wa we batrayiningira. Muto wange yali sharp nga ye akulidde mu kibuga, nze nali nkulidde mu kyalo. Olwo naakajja ndeeta obwekyalo mu kibuga, bannaaye bankuba. Naye muto wange nanga ndaba waliwo yabayaayi abatraining osobola obbabeeramu, ne mugamba nja kusobola. So nantwalayo nze muwale yasooka okubeera mu jiimu eyo, okubeera nga traininga boxing. Bannaye abantu baayogera, abantu boogera, naye nga nze njagala kimu kuddayo kuba musajja oyo. Webale nnyo. Naye natraininga ndowooza wiiki zaalinga 3 nga nsobola okuyimirira okubagana. Netandika omuwenja, bannaye namuwenja buli wamu, ne twegwako. Nali simanyi naye bokisa. Ne mufeintingamu awo ne nkola ki ne stepingamu awo njagala okumukuba. Kyamukisa mu by'abantu ne bagira ki? Abantu ne basaakanya ne bakola temulwana, omuwala tokuba mulenzi, kitegeera. So bwe ntyo bwe nayingira boxing, kitegeera.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, in case you've not been able to keep track with what she's saying, there is a video that is going to play right now, and it is transcribed so that everyone can be on board. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus on the screens. They're going to be playing the video.
Banaye.
In the slums of Katanga, we visit famous boxing champion Helen Baleke, who is empowering women in the ghetto to defend themselves through boxing. Helen is a Ugandan female boxer, popularly known for being the first Ugandan woman to bring home a bronze medal in boxing at the 2019 All-African Games.
Right for right. Amanya n'eddoboozi nze Baleke Helen, nambeera mu Katanga, ndi mukyala muzadde, omutuuze wa Katanga. Ekyandeetera okubeera nga ntandika okuzannya ebikonde.
My inspiration to join boxing was an incident that happened one evening as I was heading back home from Nankulabye to Katanga. I collided with a young man from the ghetto who touched me inappropriately, something I did not like. He grabbed me by the waist and I tried to fight back.
In fact, twalinga abeeyisa bwe tuti. Nansika omukono nanga yagwe kano sooka oyimirire. Kati naye nenkyuka, kati mu kukyuka kwe kwagala nankwatako. In fact, yankwata. Enenge gye yankwatamu teyali ki? Teyali nnungi.
In my defense, I tried to hit him with the jerrycan of local beer that I was holding. He dodged it and beat me up so badly. I went back home and told my mother, but she didn't take it seriously.
Kati nenga mulinze kinnuma. Kati muto wange Maureen nangamba Alex jangu olabe. Kati nampita nambuuza obadde ki, ne mubuulirako mugamba dde entambula okimanyi nsanze ali omuvubuka nankwatako.
I narrated everything to her. She advised that I let it go, but deep down inside I was never satisfied because my uncle always told me to never let anyone beat me.
Ndotuuka mu gym nga muli abavubuka bakuba ebikonde bakuba baaga bakola ki, neŋŋamba babikola bwe bati. Seya kati awo wensikirizibwa naye nengira ki tandike nenyingirawo nembabuuza nembasaba nagaya njaga kuyiga bikonde nga agenda oyogere ne kooki nentuuka ne batandika okundaga kola bwoti
I fought him until we were separated by the crowd. Then I left back home. I met my coach on the way, who encouraged me to train more until I was able to represent outside the country, which I resumed without my mother's knowledge.
Nze kyewenkijja okutraininga abawala abalala omanyi wano mu Katanga abawala okusingira naddala abawala nze bingi badde bintuukako oba naddala muto wange kyali ku muto wange kitegeera nga bamukuba nnyo nga munafu nga bwagira bw'ati abaana bumukuba sayize bamukuba abavubuka bamukuba kitegeera ati nga nze nkimma nnyo nangaire njangu nnyambeko gundi yankubi nga nkulumba.
She would call me for backup since many were afraid of me. This opened my eyes to training girls in Katanga. Many girls have been inspired by me.
Abawala bangi badde bandaba nga banneegomba aga tukoze tutya naffe okuyiga okulwana kati ngenda okulaba omuntu bwajja n'atraininga n'akubuuza kati ekyokulya nkijjewa gwe ne waba omutabidde otya n'omugaa nti sigala ng'otraininga akubuuza maze okutraininga naye okulya ekitegeera nemanya ekitegeeza twetaagayo ka bizinensi nga omuntu bw'amala okutraininga olina okukola olabike ng'ofuna ekyokulya oleke genda kusabiriza.
I thought of a need for a small tailoring business to sustain them so they wouldn't have to beg from men. I have ever worked as a waitress at a local restaurant, but it's not an easy job, especially for the girl child. So I resorted to tailoring, which I learned from my mother. I have 17 girls whom I train, but some are not consistent. There are many challenges we face here in Katanga, like the wrong perception people do have of girls taking part in boxing instead of getting married, which is not right. There are many good things I have gained from boxing. I am no longer shy like before. I am more confident. I can defend myself. I can tell when a girl is not fine, especially those facing domestic violence. I talk to their men politely and I advise them to change, although some do undermine me because I'm not married. Something I couldn't do before.
Kati gwatali mufumbo bw'omanyi kuba bikondo obuyinza tereezaali naye ogenda okulaba bw'oyogera n'omuntu n'agira ki ekikati ekyo n'ekyenyumiza nera nga kinkyusiza.
Helen's story is a story of hope, determination and sacrifice.
Kwebale nnyo nakato banne mbadde nsaba mbalagemu omwana omuwala yeerwanako ati ng'otambula kitegeera Scovia.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's going to demonstrate how she's training the girls to defend themselves in the ghetto.
Scovia Isaac, njagala mulabe wakati w'omuwala n'omulenzi batya bwe batraininga omwana omuwala yeerwanako atya bane oba otambula ku kkubo naddala obwana obuto obuwala kuba butambula kyalina ajja n'akakwatako mu ngeri embi lwaki tokuba oyo banaye mwanguweeko.
So she's trying to say that a girl who is out there, you're walking and then you meet this boy who wants to, take advantage of you. Why don't you beat that people? I am directly translating what she was saying. So she's showing you how a girl can defend herself. So she's going to show us, demonstrate how a girl can defend herself. So she's trying to show you what she does. Yeah, so the gentlemen who want to attack a girl, so you see what we can do, Those are some of the things we can, even me, So, yeah. So right there is me, and that is my coach. So yeah, the guys who want to...
So, bwetyo bwe traininga omuwala n'omulenzi basobola okukola ekintu kyekimu teri kisoboka kugaana ekisinga okumalamu abawala amaanyi nti omuwala tasobola kola mulenzi byakola naye ng'ate kisoboka kasita weewaayo.
So she has said that she's trying to show us that what a boy can do, even a girl can do. If it is boxing, even girls can box. And let society not judge us according to our gender, but let them also believe in us and believe in our capabilities. So she's going to demonstrate. Now that one is Nakato Eva, and trying
to simple sparring.
Please don't try this at home, especially if you are not trained.
Abo bali ku tiimu ya ggwanga nga nze yabatraininga okuva mu ntandikwa.
Those ones are the national team and she has trained them from the get-go.
Banewe bityo abo nze yabatraininga. Milse Isaac mujje.
The minister.
Bwetyo bwe traininga oba bwe traininga abaana abo okubeera nga babeera ku tiimu y'eggwanga omwana n'omuteekamu essuubi n'afuna essuubi nti agenda kulinnya ennyonyi.
So that is how she put she lifts spirits of these young girls and boys, and they also are hopeful to go up abroad and also compete.
Eno self defense omwana omuwala yerwanako atya oli kutambula mu kkubo.
So they're going to demonstrate if a girl is walking on the road and then she meets a guy.
Ndowooza okiraba kisoboka bw'oba okiwakanya ng'ogezaako.
Please don't try this at home, especially if you're having an argument with your sibling. But they're trying to show you a girl.
Tokkiriza muntu kumanyiira olw'okuba oli muwala.
If you're being
okirabye awumala n'odduka.
I think the last kick was meant for me, but I will show you my part, don't worry.
Eyo engeri gye batraininga buli muvubuka yenna asobola okikozesa ng'amanyiira omwana omuwala. Kitegeera mu kkubo gye tutambula.
Okay, so just what was happening here was just a demonstration, but it can be physically serious. So you people don't mess with me, I can.
Kisoboka ndowooza okiraba mwana muwala yeerwanako naye bwe mala omusuula wansi dduka. Kitegeera. Tugende bane.
I hope the ladies here are learning something. Okay, it is gender-based violence, but you people, we need to be woke. So those are some of the demonstrations?
Ezo ebyo ebimu ku bye tuyiga oba byenjigiriza abaana ab'obuwala naddala mu kitundu kyaffe gye tubeera. So ffe tutambulira mu bantu bangi ng'ate tolina ky'osobola kukola. Naye olw'okuba nti oli mwana wa buwala tosirika. Osobola okwerwanako. Kitegeera. Wakiri poliisi n'ekusanganga naye ogize eki? Ofunye okwerwanako. Lwakuba poliisi etuzaalawa n'egamba ozannya bikonde wakubye oli. Kitegeera ate ng'obadde weerwanako. Kitegeera okusinga okubeera bintu bingi. So neeyanziza nnyo.
A round of applause for Helen and the team. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. This is free training.
Wow.
It is visual.
I think that...
Kanan, we should try this. First, try to attack me.
I was actually going to tell you, have you learned anything today?
Try to attack me.
Now, hey, no, you need to register with Helen like today. Because there's no part of kickboxing which involves, oh! Are you serious?
But you think I can kick you without making noise?
Punch this.
You see? I can. We have a question from one of the deaf community. One of the members from the deaf community is asking a question. Oh, she wants? One girl, just in case one girl, and the boy, they're fighting, she's giving defense. There are 4 other girls that come. What happens? Now, how does the boy defend himself? Or vice versa?
Wow. Yeah, that's a very important question.
So there are 4 girls. I want to make this clear. 4 girls, how does the boy defend himself? If there are 4 boys, how does that? Okay, Helen. Soko jeko wano katono. Kainan, I'm walking, and I meet 4 boys.
Yeah.
So you see this, they did for 1 boy. So the 4 boys, I don't know whether I do the Jackie Chan twist and...
Yeah, we're going to see that, but I think that's a very important question.
So Helen, babuza. But for the 4 girls, I believe they can beat up the boy because the boy is going to touch me. Yeah? So...
Well, that's an assumption. We are not sure of that.
In case ngabawala bali bana ngabagenda omulenzi yerwanako atya ate n'ekirala era bwe tukikyusa mu ngeri eri nga abalenzi bazze bana ng'omuwala ali omu jjukira balina amaanyi balina akanyama. Ekibuuzo ekyo kirungi weebale kukibuuza naye bakuba nti nsobola okibalaga omuntu bwe yerwanako ng'abantu bamwetooloddeko kitegeera nina omwana ekiro yali bino byotuma omwana sukaali abaggayi baali 3 ne bamusanga
Are there any male volunteers?
Musoke omudde 4 people tugezeeko okwanguwa obudde tetulina.
We are demonstrating. So she wants to demonstrate if it is 1 girl against 4 boys. And she's going to also demonstrate the demonstration of 4 girls against 1 boy. Okay, gender-based. Okay, even the 4 girls and 1 boy. But may I believe the boy can beat up all the girls?
Yeah, this is a very wrong belief.
Kangeze ono y'omulenzi ekitegeera.
All right, so we're going to assume that she is the boy.
Kati bano be bawala abamwetoolodde bamwataakinge olabe engeri gye yeerwanako. Ndowooza okiraba bwe kiba kya ddala gundi eno gyakubye wano osobola okumenyeka oba n'onuuka wano lino bibi eno joint ekyuka w'ogendera okusisimuka otereeze wenyolenyole oli aba ali wala aba adduse ge mazima amatuufu.
So maybe to sum it up, what she's showing is that she, I think, gives the different sensitive points on the body that a girl can attack to weaken the boy from, attacking her back. So she said the knee points, the chest, around the ribs, and
eno joint line gumba lino wano liruma.
The pelvic.
Oli ne bwaba nga akola omubiri tasobola kola lino gumba.
Yes.
Tasobola kola eno joint. Tasobola kola wano. Wano bwe nkufumita enjala zino ngenda ogira bwoti nga ndi eri woddira.
So by the time you get up to start confronting her, she has already taken off. So make sure that during self-defense, I've picked one more thing. You should be having very fast legs. Because if he tries to get...
Wow. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Tumanyi nti waliwo abalina ebibuuzo. You still have some more questions, and that is okay. But for the interest of time, we will encourage you to reach out to Helen. And please, don't only stop at asking in words. Actually find out, go enroll so that you can learn how to defend yourself. It is not only an issue for women, but even the men. We all need to know how to defend ourselves because, people, you know how tough the times are getting. But anyways, I also want to talk about another real battle that is going on in this room right now.
Which one is it?
I know there is a big battle that is going on right now. And we want to know how to defend ourselves. And that is the battle of hunger. Yeah? There are people you look at and they're like, you know, you see in their eyes that they are going through things.
They are
but
furious.
Those things are related to the stomach, having parliamentary discussions with the mind.
The brain.
It's like, keep sharp. You're learning how to fight, and the stomach is like, you don't understand my war right now.
Helen was trying to show us a demonstration of self-defense, and the stomach was trying to defend itself from the brain, telling it must cool down. And then,
so, Helen has taught you how to defend yourself physically. Let me show you, and this is very important, how to defend yourself nutritionally right now. So I am the Helen of the moment.
There are no hand claps. I think they
don't want to learn. No, seriously, this is how you can defend yourself in terms of nutrition right now. I know that we're hungry, and good news, food is ready. It is ready for us. However, for you to be able to access food, you need this coupon right now that I'm holding in my hands.
we should stick to right here, right now.
Right here, right now, exactly. So this coupon is what you will be required to show for you to be able to access food on the line. Now, just to let you know that you are entitled to this coupon and you will get it. However, you need to have registered on the list. Now, the registration list, and again, this is very important information. The registration list that I'm referring to is not the very first one that you signed on when you were entering. There is a second registration list on which you will put your name. Now, right now, at the tent, that list is available for you. All you need to do is make sure you go there and sign up. It is free of charge. If anyone charges you, come and report them to me. But you have to make sure that you have signed. We will start. Ivana, are you in the building right now?
Where is the ViceVersa global team?
If Ivana is not in the building, then it will be simple. The way we will do it is we'll start with the ladies and gentlemen on the table right now. You can make your way outside, and then from then on, everyone else, you can also make your way, but please make sure that you register and get this coupon. Otherwise,
have a great lunch.
Have a great lunch. Bon appétit. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Right, 12 and those anti-12 sana. Baby, come over. Come over, baby. Come over, baby. Only need to know that, baby. What I consider. Smile, oh, Jessica, baby. I cannot do without your love. I cannot do without.
As you are making way for lunch, I just want to pass on a simple reminder There are amazing mixologists that are at the back of the building with amazing drinks, amazing cocktails at only and only 10K. So just imagine that wonderful lunch going down, accompanied by the test of amazing drinks. So feel free to approach the table. They are only 10K and you can get the best cocktails in the land.
Come on, baby, baby on time good day. I'ma see my baby on time good day. Baby on time good day. I'ma see my baby on time good day. Viendo esa violeta, oh my baby vinjaga. Una mamita scared, una mamita say yeah, una mamita scared, una mamita say yeah. Baby on time good day, I'ma see my baby on time good day. Baby on time good day, I'ma see my baby on time good. Holy name to no lie, baby one shiny way, one shiny easy. Right seat where for na. Baby come over, come over baby, yeah. Come over baby, yeah. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yeah. Come on, baby. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Come on, baby. It's you that I see, remember. It's you on my mind. You have to meet it, my mind. For a very long time. On the mizano, baby. But why? You are the one, the girl of my dreams, the one that I need. And you're the one, you are the one, the girl of my dreams, the one that I need. And you're the one, you are the one, the girl of my dreams, the one that I need. And you're the one, you are the one, the girl of my dreams, the one that I need. And you're the one. I'm so desperate to be with you, 'cause I believe we were meant to be. I wanna spend the rest of my life with you, all my life. I know that you and me one day, we will walk down the aisle, and I believe our love will be there forever, never. Salawo, mukwano salawo, oh matira, salawo, my love salawo. To FMB, you are the one, the girl of my dreams, the one that I need. And you're the one, you are the one, the girl of my dreams, the one that I need. And you're the one, you are the one, the girl of my dreams, the one that I need. And you're the one. you're the one. I wanna be with you, my love, my love. I wanna be with you, my love, my love. I wanna be with you, my love, my love. I wanna be with you, and all the time, baby, baby girl. I wanna be with you all the time. Okay, okay, all the time. Yeah. Oh, all the time. Yeah. All the time. All the time. Josh McFadden hit sounds, baby.
Shit sound.
I'm too addicted to hauling a sente. Tally con expiry date. Ulika sera njagala mbewendi. Jangu, come a little bit closer, baby. Sembera, wameza nechecho. Sita kubeyo, takala kubeno. Ntekeyo, awo. Sita kubeyo, takala kubeno. Ntekeyo, baby, baby, baby. Oyo, oyo. Oh, 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 oh. Oyo, oyo. Oh, oh, oh. The way you dance, girl, give a man fever. Got your body, but you make a man shiver. Bad girl, make a man feel. Got your body, but you make Mr. Lover, lover. And I say I don't get my holla. Anyhow you like, I could do my deal. As long as you know cause palapa. Promise you gon' treat me well. Give me the love and no be kiss and tell. No be say that I whine I know well. Oh, yo, oh, yo. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, yo, oh, yo. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The way you dance, girl, give a man feel. Now your body parts to make a man shiver. Bad girl, bad girl. Panicking and put to love. Only when love I can know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking know if I were. Panicking and put to love. Only when love I can know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking know if I were. Emi mi do te puti, nemi wa baby Jessie. Have you take attention to say? Uwanga wali wose chenga, wali we panicking over one. Panicking and good to love. But you will pull out, I can't know if I run. Tell me now, love panicking if I run. You say, let me give you a secret check. Deepest of my heart is the safest place. So, baby, turn to me and say, hey. Girl, I love your body. I panic when I see your body. I admire my baby's body. Hey, yeah. Baby, when you turn up on me, you're the one that I keep hoping. Everywhere you go, I go follow. Panicking and good love. But you will cool up, I can't know if I was. Tell me now, love panicking if I was. Panicking and good love. But you will cool up, I can't know if I was. Tell me now, love panicking if I was. Oh, yeah. Sitting over and go to say, it be like you lange. On David and yo, Viola, Timutu, Bambi. Omuwe na kafanani. Ako Bambi ala venga ko Viola venga mumeme. Nange mumeme. Alina kabiri Viola. Akayo yo Bambi. Okoko sakayindo. Akalalo kosi. Wenze jokira erinyalye. Okulyo kera pomelwa. Kosinde konungansani. Kosinda nungirise. Ohulire nje ulaya. Abawala banya balungi. Itote chimutisa. Viola malaika wange. Mama Viola. Wakala kamba Viola. Akumendika ubagana ngetendi. Mokomendo wesigwa. La 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 la. Now you they making my temperature go them rise. If you leave me, I won't die. I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. Your love will be totally me. I'm so obsessed. I want to talk. Kururo, your body they work on this thing. Kururo, open and make us sing. Kururo, give me love for one thing. You make a bad man sing. Now you make me loco. You play me like a loco. All you want is my dodo. I even buy you moto. Oh no, oh no. You say you want a low, low. Why you leave me go, go? See me now, I am so low, oh, low. It could have been something different. Oh. You say you want money, baby, oh. You could be loving my honey, kissing and cuddling, loving Miami. Oh. It could have been something different. Oh. You say you want money, baby. Oh. I don't tire for playing things, and now you go hold me down. Jackie by LSC. With you, I want to settle down. You sweet me like soda, high me like I can cool it down. On the phrase I've been mocking me. All you want is a no party. So fair, baby. So fair, baby. The way you want to the love with me. All you want is a no party. So fair, baby. Now you make me. You play me like a. All you want is my. Unomi wa sukali Jai na kadalasini Wagalo kutuka kumwezi Zikiri zambira sikali Ngankukuma na kasale maidani Chesi wanyikole risachi Emisuweni nemeka mulirako Usiwa mulinga wetu bisa Akanyama kamyufu kuchoto Kaliriro chusa wondia Hamaso gani kukwe Itu kamisi ne wopita Zakala tukati wenga yenze poitatia Walivuga kankali Nangediva kalia Zakala tukati wenga yenze poitatia Akachapa mbalasi Ukongo wekusi wakusiga Obugalo babu mamuku waniga wazi wakutakula Nyumisi zabula munange Tika mupulani nange Yeah, yeah Penari na kuwala Punay ofesio Exceptional And get it done quite and it's so professional How am I so gonna cook with you? Come and see the one pizza. Sagala tukati wenga yeze koitatia. Uwe, wolivu kakakali. Karia, veremde. Sagala tukati wenga yeze koitatia. Tugende muchachi, wafuke my baby. But too long, kakane, you're the one that I've been looking for. Tugende muchachi, wafuke my baby. But too long, kakane, you're the one that I've been looking for. Kankuve mbeta tongana, sisabu kambirango mwana. Lavo ya fedala ya kusabira, tumenga tetwa ukana. Nabye nina kwa bisana. I want you more than that. I wanna be the father. Tugende muchachi, ofuke my baby. But too long, I'm the one that I've been looking for. Tugende muchachi, ofuke my baby. But too long, kakane, you're the one that I've been looking for. Tugende muchachi, ofuke my baby. But too long, kakane, you're the one that I've been looking for. Tugende muchachi, ofuke my baby. But too long, kakane, you're the one. Oh, love, love, love. One. What if I couldn't speak? What if I couldn't hear? What if I couldn't move? You still love me. What if my body aches and always made you late? What if I couldn't wait? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue sky starts to gray and the memory fades away, and the memory fades away, will you still love me? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue sky starts to gray and the memory fades away, and the memory fades away, will you still love me? Will you still love me? Will you still love me? But girl, you are nice. Ontate mukasunda basi. Oli wa bait, oli wa lies. Ulete Gucci over Versace. Oli quality, Tony Gucci put it over China. Kali Quarity, Wabulon Chamula, Wakalanyo Ella on Musai, Wantamusalu Jigre Kukagali, Olusi Nande Musatino Sani. You brighten my day, only one Chamula, Pupano inside. You come my way, only no Sembera, only no inside. So let me wire. Sakala kumanya manings alright. Kanya manya so pakale nyukuwa kuchanga changa na kukusalale. No tula nene uzazani. Ayakalo mulunjinga kwe. Engele chiwa tuchucho wechikonda. You brighten my day. Only one Samula, Pupano inside. You come my way. Only one Sembera, it's alright. Let me why I want. Yes, I can have my it's alright. Chakalanyo okubera uoli. No vera omutima kube uchodi. Chakalanyo okubera uoli. No vera omutima kube uchodi. Magadenenga mononya. Sirina sanyi sango no mwana atoka amunyika bubuli chisela no mutima tegwe agala naye kufa wena mufuna yansula kumoyo kufa wena mulaba Chakalanyo okubera wowood. No vera omutima kube ojodi. Chakalanyo okubera wowood. No vera omutima kube ojodi. Atoba, yeah. Atoba. Atoba, oh Lord, Atoba. Naye kufa wena mufuna yansula kumoyo kufa wena mulaba wesanyo lyange chakalanyo okubera wowood. No vera omutima kube chodi. Chakalanyo okubera wowodi. No vera omutima kube chodi. Baby tokufula muse Yonko la visa za mise Wakanjakala Nake agala Wante kamumbera Wongana sisobola kuchevera Afasani kuloka Inse kuloka Baby tongana kuloka Afazali kuloka Inse kuloka tongana kuloga. Kulielina ya mususa Ninga edilisa mususa Chuchu wakalama ke chuchusa Tewe changa changa baby tula Sakala kusine mutakot Sakala kusine mutakot Kula wasibera hambo Ochimanyete bangani Pasari kuloga Se kuloga Baby tongana kuloga Se kuloga Pasari kuloga Se kuloga Baby tongana I don't drink coffee, I take tea, my dear. I like my bed done one by side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. See me walking down the Fifth Avenue. I'm walking cranny by my side. I take it everywhere I walk. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Just a little tenderness at the end of the day. So long woman need take the things away. Hey. No, no, no. Ooh, I love you, I love you, I love you. Oh, cold, the words so cold. You want someone to be up and be whole. The after night when the feeling's right. Hug me up, squeeze me up, make me feel right. Forget the problems, everybody have them tonight. Heaters in my heart, just wanna lay with you. In the island, in the sea of confusion. Just a little tenderness at the end of the day. So long woman need take her things away. Just a little tenderness when the lights down low. It's only just two people, two people, two people. Davidawa, oh we done di. Oh siriki de wano, ebi no man na yo binti. Chenku sabanyabo, onyibire oyimba. Kubanga kwe oyimba, ebi no man ebugelo. Edobozi lyo lyagala kunji. Enyimba zo lidagala eriponye naku. Nyabo oluyimba. Nyabo ndi muntu w'abantu undeke kusaba onyimbira oluyimba yimbira oluyimba nyabo omuyimbi yimbira oluyimba nzezaluke onyimbira bulungi nnyo ennyoza nyabo omuyimbi What's how we do since the dawn? What's how we do? Hey, so deep. What's how we do since the dawn? What's what to sing? Good ever from my woko. What's what to sing? Good ever from my woko. What's what I want to listen? It is in that I'm woko. What's what I want to listen? It's in that I'm woko. So deep. What's how we do since the job? Yeah, so deep. What's how we do since the job? Surround me, I want you to love me. Surround me, baby. Surround me, surround me. Kill out there, why you know they call me? Kill out there, baby. Kill out there, I think if you're sick and now, why you know they call me home? I give a green light to tire. I think if you're sick and know why you know they call me up. I give you red light to tire. Sometimes, baby, take my number. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Call me later. Ba 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 da ba, ba da ba da, ba da 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 da. Ba 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 da ba, ba da ba da. So girl, baby, take my number. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. oli kibiriti wakubisa mutima ndikuma vivyo mukwano gwokyanga kayembe wankubisa butida ochakala nnyo ne mamalo byebyo siba mu kikuba kasana kaka ndikuma vivyo mukwano gwokya omawobulire oba sentonoonya wano mu kikunta tenti waliwo ekibuuzo bonosalako tenti city boy baby beaty kind of feeling kimanyo kutekushuha imwe ebirungo kutekushuha oli kushu kimanyo kutekushuha imwe ebirungo kutekushuha oli kushu nakuyise kocho namatekweko nenkuteka ku mizani vipi kimanye vipimo vyawera nagombe koko ku masaji you are romantic fun you are fantastic pate mundu ripoti niteko kusomere tufune weya kambo nyumira mupote posais ebina sala ko kuweiti ebina boga mode posais.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that wonderful session. If anyone is still hungry, please contact me personally. I will take care of that very essential need. But for now, I want to let the people that are outside know that we are kicking off in a few minutes. And so if you are outside, please make your way inside so that we can kick off. And I want to pass on a very important reminder, which is that when you look at the back of this wonderful building, there is a table there that is full of something that can definitely nourish you to the highest of your expectations. We have some cocktails at the back, and please feel free to approach the table there. The cocktails are from some of the best mixologists in the country. And in case you don't know what a mixologist is, you can also go ahead and ask and you will be told. But please feel free to approach the table. The drinks are only 10K, and you can take that food down with some really amazing cocktails as we go on with the event. We're going to be kicking off in a few minutes, but for now we have the live band that will be serenading us with some beautiful music. Take it away.